Oh, dude. Oh, it's going. Stuff. No idea. Kind of. I haven't been out since well, I haven't been out much at all, let's just say that. Throat is shit. The doctor today, I've got to get Sam to take a photo down my throat so I can send it to the doctor. Still a bit groggy. But yeah. Yeah, I'm getting a bit fed up of it, I'll be honest. Yeah, I would probably say everyone avoid me and this flat for a little while because this seems to be, we seem to be plague bearers. Everyone's... Yeah, well, hopefully we do. I mean, it's just one of those, unfortunately, it's just one of those things. I was saying to Chris earlier, I'm a bit pissed. Well, I think I said to you as well, I'm a bit pissed that, you know, quit tobacco and all that sort of fun, nice stuff that you kind of, you know, and go out and do walks and go flying and try to lead a little bit more healthy lifestyle, and yeah, and then I get ill. Where when I was doing all that, you know, stuff, I was fine. I was very rarely ill. I don't even remember having a fucking cold, and now I feel like I've got one every day. I hope so. Yep, going out on Sundays and getting pissed off with people jumping queues and stuff, yep. Having something good to moan about. Oh, well, I was actually looking at them today. Not for me, for Chris. I don't think they're that bad. 4070 Ti is about £820, which, yes, is, you know, extortionate compared to what, you know, we pay for the 1080s. But, you know, it's better than what you'd pay for a, you know, a graphics card a couple of years ago. I mean, you can still get, I mean, I was looking, you can't get really any decent 30 series anymore. You can get a 3080 Ti, but they're about the same price as a 4070, and the 4070s are faster. So, yeah. Yeah, more RTX. So, and they do have them in stock, so, yeah. I know. Well, believe me, I choked when I paid the 1600 I paid for this 3090. I still do when I think about it, but it is a nice card, you know. But I've got to admit, there is quite a bitter taste in my mouth in that sense, because you know, I had to buy a new power supply, and they said they weren't going to do a Ti version of the 3090, and the 3090 was going to be their titan of the 30 series cards, and of course they lied and brought out a TI version. Exactly. So it was a bit fucking you dicks. No, and I should have known better myself, but you know, sometimes you think to yourself, oh well. They, yeah, I mean they can't keep things simple, can they? Really? But yeah, I mean, even I wouldn't. The thing is, I don't know what sort of size power supply you've got, but I don't think even if you know, for I know the 40 series cards use less power than the 30 series cards, apparently, because you know, again, they lied about that. Yeah, okay, you'll be upgrading your power supply then. Well, not necessarily. I mean, power supply is one of those things, like you've said. I mean, yours lasts 7 years. It probably would last longer if it wasn't for the fact of, you know, the power of some of the cards now. You know, I said that's another thing that Nvidia lied about, which wouldn't surprise me if they did the same in the 40 series. You know, an 850 was supposed to be more than enough for a 3090 card. Yeah, okay. They are. I mean, though, again, to be fair, it does seem as though they are kind of working on it. You know, a lot of the AMD processors are reduced in power. The newer ones now, anyway. At least compared to mine. I seem to have bought all my hardware at a time when everything is literally very power hungry. Yes. I think that was like the second thing to come out. Or it's usually the first, I don't know. Video gaming, 49. Alright, they are ridiculous, admittedly, but they're £200 more expensive than what I paid. The MSI version of my, the 4090 version of my card done by MSI is £1,800. Which is £200 more than what I paid for this thing. However, the cheapest one on scan is 1,720, yes, and that is extortionate. A 4080 is lowest price 1,200. That's a Zotac. Then it's palette. No, they've got a Game Rock 4080. So that would be tempting. I was saying to Sam, you know, it's actually quite rare now to see a palette that's cheaper than an MSI because they've done so well with their last cards that, you know, they're obviously, yeah, getting quite the rep. And then a 4070 Ti starts at 820. Again, yeah, I mean, isn't cheap, but it's not too bad. I mean, you can't really get hold of 30 series cards, at least anything, according to Scan. I mean, there's only two, well, there's two cards on Scan for 3090 Ti. They start at like 1300, but they're both refurbished. Yep. Yeah, see, there's no point in getting yourself a 3080 Ti because they're 850 quid. And that's a refurbished thing. So you might as well go 40 series. I mean, that's the problem these days, is that compared to the old days, they don't carry on making their old cards for that long anymore. $4080s. But it makes, that's rare for them to be cheaper than Scan.
Clamps released. Ship has liftoff.
I mean, if you look at it this way, I mean, how long have you, I mean, how long have we had these 1080s for? Sam reckons longer than that. And we paid, well, you paid 500 for that, for the pallet that I've got. I think you paid a bit more for your XFX one. I can't remember quite how much. But if you look at it this way, if you're going to a 4080, then that's, yeah, £400 more over 6 years. Inflation. I mean, they're at least a better price now than they were during the shortage. That's for sure. They're still overpriced. But then, you know, unless you're willing to wait a little bit longer. Yeah, you definitely got the pallet pretty much right after it was released. Sure.
Fuel scoping. System scan complete.
Yeah, but they still work. I mean, they're still good cards. I mean, the only... I mean, Sam's using hers, but she only plays her games in 1080 anyway. I didn't really notice that one struggling too much at 4K in a lot of the games I was playing. Fair. I think maybe now might be a little bit different, but I can't imagine it being that bad. Do it. Yeah, I mean, apparently those will outperform a 3090 for sure. I mean, it's a bit gutting as well that they don't do DLSS 3 for these 30 series.
Fuel scoping complete. System scan complete.
Oh yes, I'd say probably maybe add 40, 50 watts to that.
Fuel scoping. Fuel scope disengaged.
Well, they have only just come out. I mean, unfortunately, you've missed the sweet spot for, you know, them coming out and the 30 series going out of stock. Because that's usually when you want to try and get hold of them, is at that point where they're trying to get rid of them. At least I think, anyway. I mean, I know for a fact that you could get a 3090 Ti for about £1,000 not that long ago. Well, not really. It's still a fucking expensive car, but it's better than what it was by far.
System scan complete.
I don't know. Give it a... I mean, unless you really want one now, I'll give it a couple of months or so, maybe. See where they go. As far as I'm aware, there's no pending silicon shortages or anything again.
Fuel scoping.
Yeah, I'm sure a Vorian doesn't require that much power. Although, I know what you're thinking. Well, I will say that RTX, I don't know about the 40 series, but at least for the 30 series, and bear in mind that when they touted these 30 series, they were like, oh yeah, this is going to be a 4K. I mean, this card is supposed to be an 8K fucking killer, you know, card. For 4K, it was, you know, they touted it as like a 4K RTX monster that you'd be able to run everything in RTX and with DLSS on and all that sort of stuff, and it'll be an absolute, you know, monster for a card. And MechWarrior, forget about it. I was so pissed off. Again, I was sort of a bit... I mean, don't get me wrong, I love the card. It is a good card. It's a good upgrade. from the 10 series. But one of the first games I played in RTX was Mech Warrior, and I was like, fuck. Turned it all on, up nice and high, and I know Mech Warrior is not the most optimized of games, but still, man, I was like, what the fucking hell? You know, I've got this fucking £1,600 card, and almost any game that I put RTX on with it, it tanks the FPS. You know, and even on things like Dark Tide, worked fairly well for Battlefield 2042. But there's not been that many games where you've actually been able to turn it on and whack it up to full and turn DLS on and just go, oh yay! Look at all these frames I've still got, you know, and it's barely using the GPU, which is what I was expecting. I don't know how, like, the fucking 1080 Ti's or the 1080s are gonna would have coped. I think I certainly would have been pissed if I spent £1,600 on a fucking 1080 at that point. Because the 1080s, that's the reason I got off the 3090, was because, sorry, the 3080s. Because the 3080s at that point, when I bought this card, was the same price as a 3090. I don't know, so that was the reason, that was one of the main reasons I got a 3090, because it was like, well, fuck am I paying £1,700 for a 3080 when I can go and spend £1,600 for a 3090? Duh, and get the extra memory for it as well. So I hope it's better on. But oh wow, I was going to say that's not from Wish, is it? How they get ya. Yeah. Well, I actually got quite lucky with mine, thanks to Microsoft Edge. Edge, I don't know about the other things now, but Edge automatically has coupons and will apply coupons on your checkout. So I actually managed to get my power supply, like, from Corsair ridiculously cheap. I got like I think it was like 60 quid off. I know, for a 1200 watt power supply. It was a good deal until I got the power supply, and then there was because it was so new, there was an actual bug in the power supply where it needed to be warmed up first before it would boot up the PC properly. It was awesome. There was people going, yeah, you need to, you know, get a hairdryer, warm up the power supply first, and then power up your system and it'll boot. Otherwise, you have to wait 3 minutes for it to post. I was like, fuck's sake. Yeah. But, I mean, to be fair, at least Corsair did, they did sort it out pretty quick, swiftly. You know, I know a lot of people had a few complaints about it, but they sorted mine out quite swiftly. You know, they recognised it as an issue, and yeah, they sent mine out. They sent out a new one before I had to send the old one back. I didn't have to pay any extra either, so... Yeah, you can actually get a 2000 watt power supply Corsair thing,
Disengaged.
but that was like £1,600. Oh, mate, these new graphics cards, you might as well be. Yeah, I think you might be right. I think we might be right for this, you know, the entirety of like this area of Hemel. I think I could probably power with like what I've got in my system now. It's not quite that bad according to the smart meter, but you know, it is chunky.
Fuel scooping.
Yeah, I was actually saying to Chris yesterday. Are you sure you don't want to buy a graphics card to play on MechWarrior? Nice new graphics card. Oh yeah, you said.
Fuel scooping complete.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, it's funny how you know, how going with odd resolutions can be a bit of a weird thing right now. Especially in sort of games. I mean, I'm still using the old TVU, well, the same one that we both got.
Systems.
You know, well, I mean, as you know, I suffered really quite badly with this to begin with. I got image burned pretty much straight away thanks to fucking Arc. But you didn't have that problem, did you, really? Right away?
Fuel scooping.
Yeah, I mean they're hard to get rid of. I mean this is part. I mean Sam's in line for, or saying about she wants a new TV. But because these Samsungs just seem to fucking last forever. I mean all the ones that we've got are still bloody work, and me being me, I'm just like, yeah, no, it still works. No need to get rid of it. Which is part of the reason why poor Sam hasn't actually got a new one yet. But I think I'm just gonna have to put that old 1080 on eBay and hope that someone wants it for like 20 quid or something. And she can get a new one. So I'd prefer it just not to fucking throw it into a dump when it still works fine. And I don't really have the room to be able to store it or use it elsewhere unless I want to surround myself with them, which is tempting, but I would prefer to surround myself with, I don't know, 3 60-inch 8K screens. Yep. I'm in my box. Yeah. Well, believe me, you will enjoy it when you can turn things like RTX on. Especially when you get some of the urban maps with the reflective windows. Yeah. Yes, but that is one of the other things that I did kind of notice. So if I turned it off and looked in a window and turned it on, it didn't make that much difference. They still had a reflection. But it does go to show that, a lot of people were sort of going, oh, RTX is a bit of a fad, blah, blah, blah. And although I would kind of agree in the fact that they haven't quite nailed it for performance-wise, the idea of using things like reflections is quite groundbreaking, because when you think about how your eye works, you will notice something moving in a reflection just as if it was there. Like if you was walking past a building with mirrored windows, you would notice things going on in there. So competitively against, say, like in something like Battlefield or whatever, you could use a reflection to see around a corner, and having something like that in real time would work really quite well. It's just, for some reason, whether it's the cards or whether or not it's the developers or the programmers, very few games actually, have good performance with it on. Unfortunately. Yeah.
Fuel scoping.
Oh yeah, of course it's gonna be. I mean, just like any of the sort of additions that they make, it all adds to it. It's just a case of it's taken them a lot longer than I expected for it to actually be, like I said, with this 30 series card. I would have thought, I know that the 20 series had issues, I would have thought they would have nailed it by the time of 30 series. Oh, how wrong I was. But still, you live and learn. I would hope the 40 series cards got it down though. Yes, but like I said, that's what they said about the 30 series, so take it with a pinch of salt. Yeah.
Fuel scoping complete.
Oh, so now you're on the building money back up phase. Oh yeah.
System scan complete.
Not sure if I've got that one. I know I never seem to manage to go over a set amount of money because all you all kept doing was like finding hero mechs and going, oh, I must buy that, and then I'll run out of money again. We all have to start, you know, running missions to make money, so we never actually got to complete my game. For that very reason. Wow.
Oh,
Yeah, I never got that kind of shit. Yeah. Afternoon, Bob. Or evening.
fuel scoping. Surface scan by 50%. Surface scan complete. Fuel scoop disengaged.
On my way to the California Nebula. Yeah. Yeah.
System scan complete. Fuel
Oh no, I do. I do accept these things. I'm only going to be going over here to hand in bounties and I'll be coming back again.
fuel scoop disengaged.
But I'm currently using
System scan complete. Fuel scooping. Fuel scoop disengaged. System scan complete. scan complete. System scan complete. Fuel scoping. Warning, temperature critical. Warning, temperature critical. Fuel scoop disengaged. System scan complete. Fuel scoping. Fuel scoping complete. System scan complete. Fuel scoping. Fuel scoping complete. System scan complete. System scan complete. Fuel scoop disengaged. Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete. scoping complete. System scan complete. Fuel scooping complete. System scan complete. Surface scan by 50%. Surface scan complete. Engage. System scan complete. Fuel scooping. Fuel scoop disengaged.
Ah, good to see you, Commander. Let us know if you intend to land here. Docking request approved. Head to your allocated pad.
Landing gear deployed.
Contact confirmed. Clamps engaged. What can we do for you today?
Yeah, so it will come under attack, then there'll be a mass exodus. Any port that's in there or station in there, it will come under, you know, start to be abandoned, and you'll get like missions of moving people out. Same with the ports that are under attack. There'll be missions to move people out of them. If it remains undefended, they will then take the system, as in, you know, the port will remain abandoned, and you'll get the what's the status? Like the Ibisu, EBISU, the station is damaged, and Thargoids are still attacking while, you know, still attacking. Yeah. So yeah. So right now, I mean, I did have a bit of a fight around that Cartmill gateway because I wanted to see what the fight up in the station around the port was like. Yeah, it's harder than Planetary, sort of, because on Planetary they can't spawn forms. And obviously if the system is undefended, they will then pretty much take the system. If it is defended, and you fight the Thargoids off, the port or the system will remain and abandoned, but it will also, like one of their systems, HIP 23716, the station, it will be post-Thargoid recovery. So the ports will still remain abandoned, but people will want to be moved back there from other systems, and the missions would appear for, you know, go and get gold, silver, shit like that to repair the station. Yep. So I'm not completely burst up on exactly how it works, because even looking at the Blops channel, it does seem to be a little bit... Well, I think they've got it down. I think they do understand it a bit more better now, but I haven't properly read through it all. And I haven't really done... I don't really know if I've actually made that much of a dent in the war in Hades sector at all. Yeah, in fact, the defensive window ends in 1 day. And the thing to do it is deliver supplies, recover escape pods, recover black boxes. It actually says on the Thargoid war information. Destroy Thargoid craft, destroy human forces, support human forces in conflict zone, assist evacuation efforts, and complete missions. Now, I don't know how many people have been working in that system. And although I've managed to complete, sort of complete a few wars, I have not been able to do the last two, the last part of it, because it fucking spawns 2 Hydras. And I do not have the DPS to put out enough to be able to expose the hearts before they basically strip my shit. Yeah, at least with my current fit anyway, I need to have a fiddle with the fit. I mean, I've almost managed to expose a heart with the DACA that I've got. But because I'm testing fits, I haven't quite, and I haven't done the meta thing that everyone on YouTube are doing, like just going mass Gauss cannons. So yeah, well, looking at where... Let me post... I'll post this system in this is where, according to their last intel, is where they were last fighting, and they've put up a thank you to everyone fighting in that system. But that's like... Yeah, so... And that's... It's not on the list, and weirdly, apparently it's... Yeah, it's just set to Thargoid alert, so I don't know what their, And that was... Yeah, this is today at 9 o'clock. Ah, right. Yeah, so they've basically won that. They haven't actually posted where they're going next. Like I said, this was literally posted today. And at 5 o'clock this afternoon, they posted, thank you, whoever's in that system, thank you, Blop, for support in that system. And this is obviously a different minor faction that's in there. Yeah, yesterday they were saying that system's at 58%. About trade routes. Yeah, basically that people in their system were requesting help, and they've gone to actually help them. Ah, right. Block will constant. Right, so on the 19th, yeah. So the last place they was talking about defending or taking or doing stuff in was back in the 19th of January. Yeah, that's... But I haven't posted anywhere next where they want any help. See what the new AX news says. About changes. Right, I'll post this. This is useful information. Yeah, so something tomorrow will be changed. Currently, any system which has failed to fill its progress bar loses all progress on the weekly tick. Following tomorrow's changes, this will no longer be the case. Instead, 33% of the total progress required will be deducted every week. For example, a system which has filled its bar to 50% will retain 17% and start from there the following week. This means that if the progress bar is over 33% or less at the time of the tick, will be reduced to 0. So, that system that I've been fighting in, I've wasted my time and effort in, yeah, because that is not, even just looking at that bar, I can tell that's not at 33%. So that's going to, after tomorrow's tick, that's going to go to 0 and basically still be in a Thargoid controlled state. Oh, it will be in a Thargoid controlled state. At the moment, it's human control, classed as human controlled. You can set the map icons or the map systems by color, so you can see which one's a Thargoid control. Yeah, I mean, So Ibisu is going post Thargoid recovery, so he must have been fighting in there. Same with Aurora. Oh no, Aurora's going to end up being Thargoid controlled tomorrow. Oh, yeah. Sorry, my bad. Yes, there's still active ports remaining, that's why. Yeah, so they'll probably start attacking other ports then. Right, so the one that is Thargoid controlled is victory threshold hasn't been met. I don't know what the victory threshold is. Probably just going in there and kicking the crap out of them until that bar fills up. Yeah, just destroy Thargoid craft. Yeah, so if the system ends up Thargoid controlled, you just have to go in and fight Thargoid craft until the bar fills up, and then I guess people start moving back to the system. Yeah, I said, I mean, I've mostly been using this opportunity to, because I hadn't seen where they wanted to fight, and I couldn't find a space to put my bloody carrier anywhere near where they wanted help, I just stuck it here and have been testing fits as the, you know, the, as you can now have like 6 weapons on there. You know, I figured I might as well try different fits out now, but still, you know. It's good pay, so you know, I think I've done nearly 700 mil fanning around with these guys. I mean, I just handed in 500 mil for the community event, and I know I already handed a fair bit in to New Quang before the war in Wogan. I didn't pay attention to the, as usual, the community event, so otherwise I would have gone out there and done it again. Yeah. I mean, but yeah, I mean, at the moment we're pretty much fucking sandwiched. Actually, quite looking at the thing, there's actually quite a lot of looking at the other side of like things like HIP 21918. That sort of area looks like it's getting the crap kicked out of it. A few stations and shit in repair, but there's a lot of green in that bubble. Yeah, I see. Again, and like you said, unless you know what, you know... Oh, that's better. Yeah, no, I didn't actually have all those colours as well. I was sitting there thinking, why am I not seeing purple? I had to reset it because they must have updated it and I hadn't changed it. I was only seeing green and white. But yeah. Yeah, that's a bit better. But I didn't have that. I think it's because I had mine set to Thargoid War for some time, and then they must have added changes to the map, which I think they did actually in the last patch, which added probably the other colours without switching it back, forward and back again, on and off again. It didn't show. Yay. Although I've actually been reading somewhere about some, like, apparently according to some of the anti-Xeno, apparently the Type 10's a bit of a joke for the Thargoid fighting. I don't know why. Yeah, I did see some, because I did look at a few YouTube videos to see what sort of shit people are using. There's a few, but there's not really. There's someone doing it in a Sidewinder, because they. But that's using premium ammo. That's using the made ammo. Yeah. Right, well I found out earlier that the reason they're going for the cold orbit is because they won't use, if they can't lock on to something, they won't use their EMP field and they won't fire missiles after you destroy one of their hearts. Because as it stands now, when you, well, depending on the actual interceptor you're fighting, but usually what will happen after, say just like the basic Cyclops, you'll destroy the first heart, and once you've destroyed that first heart, it will then start to try and use its lightning on you if you get too close, which is why you need to try and be able to kite it or joust past it fast enough before it can lock onto you. Because once you get caught in that lightning, you're pretty much stopped dead. And if you don't get away after the first one, it will then use it again on you, and that will... It's not so bad if you've got some kind of shield. Say goodbye to it. You know, if you get caught in it, full pips to shield or systems, you will definitely kind of reduce the amount of damage it does to your shield. Against armor, it doesn't do too much. It's not too bad. Yeah. But ideally you want to try and stay out of it. After the second heart is destroyed, it will then start lobbing missiles at you. Yeah. But I found out that if it would only do that if it can lock onto you, which is why you see a lot of people going, a cold fit, just basically mass heat sinks. And then on the final heart, and this goes for all the others, I believe. Once you've destroyed the second from last, and it's on its last heart, it will fire off its EMP again to disable you, and if it can, again, apparently if it can lock onto you and spaff out a load of missiles. But it will also spaff out missiles on its third heart, but it won't use its EMP on its third heart. I believe the same seems to go for all the other droids variants. I mean, I've managed to take on everything up to a Hydra. So I've managed to do a Medusa. I've managed to do Cyclops, which is the first one. I can't remember what the second one is. Basilisk, that's the one. And a Medusa, but I cannot quite get the Hydra down. So I've managed to get Hydra down to about 82% of its thing before, and I think you need to get it to 80% for it to expose a heart. All AX stuff and all that sort of shit's already unlocked for you. The only thing you need that permit for is the modified Guardian weapon. And that is... give me this. Right, so the modified... so things like the modified plasma chargers and the modified Gauss cannon. Oh, permit locked. Yes. You need to go. Right, move. Right, the system that's locked is Mobini, Mbooni, and you unlock that by going to it's actually on a Guardian thing. Would have actually worked. Right, Glorious Prospect in LHS 1163. LHS space 113. That's where the Glorious Prospect was, if it's still there. Now, right, the Glorious Prospect is still there. It's 1,000 light seconds away from the star, so it's not far away right now. You can pick up the missions from there. If that thing has moved, I don't know if... yeah. It'll tell you in Anara. But the faction you want to be working for is Azimuth Biotech. AZIMUTA is Biotech. Yeah, they're the ones that will give you... you need to get them to Allied, and they will give you a mission for the permit, and you just take the mission, and that means you've got the permit. Because, you know... however, also, and this is one of the problems, is in that system is actually controlled by them. So if there's any kind of port or anything like that, you can still pick up missions for them from the ports and the planetary stations, and the station that is 82,000 light seconds away from the main star, which is obviously a bit of a trek. But yeah, once you get that, you enter the movie system. There's a planetary port in there. that you unlock, that you actually buy the shit from. And like I said, once you've done that, it's not one of those things like the other Guardian stuff where, I think I've said before, it doesn't unlock permanently. You'll get one of them, and then you have to do it again to get another one. So you have to keep handing over Guardian shit. But that being said, plasma charger is actually pretty good. I find that the plasma charger is better for exposing the hearts than the Gauss cannon is. I've tried both. At least the class 1. Well, I wanted to see, because that's kind of what I've been doing. I wanted to see if I could break the Medusa enough to be able to at least expose one of the hearts. And I could not do it at all with the rapid fire Gauss cannon. However, I almost did it with the plasma charger. The only problem with the plasma charger is that it's quite a hot weapon, and it's a noisy fucking weapon. It'll irritate the piss out of you. It irritates the piss out of me when I use it. Because you charge it up, and you can hold the charge for as long as you want, but the noise it makes is irritating. However, it is a lot better than the standard plasma charger you get, because the projectile is so much faster. Range is less, but it does make a huge difference if you do try and like aim for a heart or so with it. You can actually hit things with it, where the other ones were kind of, you fire them off, and I think it was like the old AX weapons. You fire shit off, and by the time it's got there, the fucker's moved. Which is why people like the Gauss cannons a lot, because they were, yeah, they're pretty much, they're lightning quick. Yeah. I mean, I do need to get some of the class 2 ones, but it does mean I need to go and pick up some more fucking Guardian blueprints to get a couple of the other stuff. But I also want to try fitting out, I do want to try fitting out a Type 10. I also want to try fitting out an Anaconda, because I think that might be pretty brutal for AX shit. Although I might again refit the my Vet and just go with 2 AX Dackers, and then the rest with, well, the gimbal Dacker, once you've scanned the bastard things, is actually really good it is really good for taking out hearts. The Gauss, well, yeah, and not only that, it's because it is also gimbaled. Now, Lee was really good with the Gauss cannon, really good with the Gauss cannon. He could snipe those fucking things really well. I, on the other hand, well, he doesn't fly with flight assist off. I, on the other hand, was struggling a bit with it, mostly because, well, he was in a crate, and in a Corvette, again, the gun positions, because they're fixed only, not the Guardian plasmas and all that, they're fixed or turreted. The turreted, unless you've got someone in there moving them, remain fixed for you. They won't track targets. Catch you there, dude. So you can still use them, but you're going to get a damage reduction, and yeah, it won't track the fucking target anyway. And the same thing suffers with the Python, because of where the gun positions are, if you do it on, say, like the Corvette, you have to have 2 Gauss cannons in your class 3 at the back because they're nice and close together, and then 2 Gauss cannons in the small slots at the very front because they're nice and close together, so you get a nice small grouping. You can't put 2 in the mediums because one will hit and the other will miss. Yeah. 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 Now, you can get away, what I think's, you know, because I noticed that sometimes the Goids would not fire their missiles at me until I boosted. Now, on my current fit, or at least the fit that it seems to work quite well, I've got the plasma accelerators and 2 medium AX, enhanced AX, and 2 medium large enhanced AX stackers. And I've got 1 large beam laser with thermal vent, long range thermal vent. Yeah, but it also keeps you from not cooking as well when you're firing fucking Gauss cannons and shit. But it also, I mean, standard human weapons do actually do damage, and it will do damage to the Guardian shield when it puts one up. But I think as well it keeps you just cool enough to avoid it using its EMP. The only time, because I've I've got to the last heart, fired myself away from it, or boosted away from it, and because I've stayed fairly far away from it, and the beam lasers would stay on it, nothing was happening. It wouldn't fire. I was sitting there thinking, why is this thing not fucking shooting off its EMP or shooting off its missiles? And then when I started boosting towards it to go and get within range for the, charger or whatnot, I noticed it would then fire off its fucking EMP and missiles, and you're like, huh? Until I realised under the AX initiative site, it was like, oh yes, well, if you do this, then it won't fire off the missiles. I've learned a little bit more about fighting these things, which is... Yeah, that does help. I mean, you can... The only time you're really going to get caustic damage is when it fires its fucking missiles off. Or the vast majority of time I get caustic damage is because I destroy one of the scouts. When you destroy a scout or an interceptor or anything like that, they leave a cloud of fucking caustic dust around the place. And I don't so much with the interceptors because it's relatively easier to avoid. However, it does expand over quite a large area. And now if you're picking up hearts, you can still... Yeah, exactly. It's like that. And the worst culprit is for the caustic damage is the fucking scouts, because they'll fire off missiles without, like, there's one variant which will just fire off a missile the moment it looks at you. So that's probably one of the main reasons. Well, that's probably the second main reason I get fucking caustic damage. The main reason I get caustic damage is getting hit shooting through fucking scout that I've just destroyed, which is most irritating. But the actual missiles, even if they do fire one off, you can outrun them. If you've got, even in a Federal Corvette, you can outrun the fucking things. They only have a range of about 10 kilometers, I'd say, until they just explode themselves. So you can easily keep yourself kited out of the way of them. At least from the interceptors, not so much the scouts. The scouts, because you need to get quite close to hit the bastard things, even with gimbaled weapons, you're within like 3k, and it's just like whoop whoop, and yeah, straight onto you. Yeah, fuck. But you will have access to get rid of it. It's not too bad. You know, it's either overheating your shit to about 130 to 150%. That will get rid of caustic damage, or decontamination limpets. Now you can get the Xeno or the anti-Xeno multi-limpet controller, which will do decontamination, repair. I mean, every time you use decontamination limpet anyway, it will do a little bit of repair for you anyway. But you'll do decontamination, repair, and recon limpets in there. There's no collect limpets in there. So if you do want to pick up Thargoid shit, you might want to think about maybe grabbing a 1A fucking limpet collector. You don't need anything, because it will only drop 1 heart. And it does drop other shit as well, but I haven't actually found any use for the other shit yet. In fact, the scouts will drop other shit, but a 1 will do, because it will get fucking destroyed pretty quickly. Fighters, yeah, fighters are handy for the extra deeps. Especially the Gauss cannon one. Very good for taking out the scouts. The plasma accelerator one is a little bit iffy in the sense that it's good for the interceptors at reducing their shields. Not so good for the scouts. And they get destroyed. 1 missile, fuck them up. So, if you, I mean, I obviously have I have like a 7A or 7 sized fucking fighter hangar in my bet, so I've got quite a few reloads. But if, say, a Thargoid interceptor decides it's going to fire off or spaff off a load of missiles, it's usually wise to tell your fighter to come back to you once you've destroyed the heart, because it will then keep up with you when you're boosting and kiting the missile around, and then send him back off once that, you know, missile's exploded. But up till pretty much yesterday, I was just letting the fucker get destroyed. It was just like, well, if you're doing a planetary port, obviously with a large ship, you can land and grab more at any point you want. As long as the fighter's not out, that is one irritation about having the fighter, is if you're at a planetary port and you want to land, if you're desperately needing to land, like your shields are down and you're like to 25%, which has happened to me, you have to either get your fighter back in or find a way of getting him fucking destroyed. Because you can't... Well, no, because you pretty much have to stay still if you want to get him back on board. So you're sitting there with your pants down, waiting for and sometimes he will decide just not fucking go and dock with you. He'll just buzz around your ship like an idiot. Yeah. Yeah. So that's something to be... Oh. yeah, so that's something to sometimes be aware of when you're fighting at some of the ports, is that you have to bring, obviously if you're fighting at a spaceport, then yeah, having a large ship is not exactly in your favour because you can't land. Unless you're at a space station, of course, then you can go and land, but I assume everything's going to be on fire inside, and then you've got all the heat to deal with. But landing will give you, you know, you can land and rearm, you'll get your fighters back, you'll get your ammo back. The only thing you can't, you also get missions from that port. The only thing you can't do is resupply your limpets. Of course. I'm not sure if scanning a ship scans it for everyone else in your wing. I would assume so too as well. But it's it's definitely a handy tool to have, and all depending on which way your fit goes. I mean, Lee's gone for the, like I said, he's got a crate Mark II. No, he went. For, yeah, he went. Yeah, he did. He went. Sorry, for the normal crate. The 6. Yeah. And he does really quite well out of that, better than I certainly could. And he's gone for a non-limpet fit and overheats himself whenever he gets into shit. Because that, in some respects, that is easier in the sense that you can just go, right, I've just got a thing and I'm gonna unload. Where a limpet takes a bit of time, and as soon as you get hit, it disconnects from you. But yeah, I'm quite tempted to pop over there. I think I've got another 2 more blueprints left. I'm tempted to pop over there and grab another 2. In fact, I might pop over there and grab another 2 Class 2 plasma chargers. But I'm kind of concerned about how much they're going to overheat me. It's just a shame there isn't something in the... There isn't like a Class 1 AX, enhanced AX stacker. So thinking... Yeah, ship fit. I'm thinking whether or not to go for 3 Guardian plasma chargers and strip the 2 stackers down for. Because that leaves me. This is the problem about using a Corvette, is you just could use like either 1 more Class 3 or 1 more Class 2. Oh, yeah, I mean... Not sure if caustic damage... I don't think... No, caustic damage doesn't work against Argoids. It's something that I did look into. like having DACA though. I like my DACA. But it's just not oomphy enough to... Yeah. If only you could stack the fucking... I know, well, I mean, obviously, yeah, they had to do it this way, because otherwise people just stack AX weaponry. But if only you could just... If only it would allow you to use the Class 5 and the Class 3, I'd be happy, because then I could, like, have fucking... Yeah. Probably. I mean, I'm thinking, because I'm sitting here thinking, looking at it, going, oh, well, you know, with the two 2Es, well, the 2E does, well, an enhanced AX 2E multi-cannon does 9.6 damage per second, 1.3 damage itself. A 3C is 15.2 damage a second and 2.6 damage. So, although it does double the damage, it only does, you know, 2 AX multi-cannons do more damage per second. Yeah, because no matter what I do, I end up with one fucking slot that's sort of in limbo. So even if I swap out my beam laser for another AX multi-cannon, and then do... That counts.
Sorry.
But yeah, I mean, if I was to go that way and then use enhanced, then use the pre-engineered Guardian plasma chargers on 2s, which isn't too bad because I don't usually use them for sniping shit. I would use them for stripping exposing the hearts. I then end up with 2 smalls. Now, one of which I could put another plasma charger, but then I've got a 1D slot for nothing, which I guess, I don't know, I could use the thermal long range. I do have some engineered thermal long range. But then that leaves my ship not symmetrical. You know how I feel about that. Yeah. Well, sort of. I mean, I usually have the laser firing off anyway. I don't know, I might try this. Yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna come and get another modified, and I've got a couple of small lasers that I've already pre-done, because I originally had my ship done with 2 small lasers for long range. Lucky I stored that. I thought I sold that then. Yeah, I've got a couple of turreted beam lasers and gimbal beam lasers that are thermal vent and long range. See, as long as the thermal vent dissipates the same amount as a large, then I might be alright there. Yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna come and get. I'm gonna go and grab a cup of tea. Then I'm gonna come and get a couple of more plasma chargers. And then just have a try and get over the fact that I'll have a non-symmetrical ship in my weapons. You don't know how much that gripes me, man. I don't like it. Like, I love my symmetrical stuff. I mean, at the moment I've just got deckers all in a nice right place, and it probably looks great from the outside. Not that I ever really see my own shit from the outside, but I'm more thinking about the aesthetics of when you guys see me fighting than How do I look? Yeah, exactly. Free jumps. Oh, and I'll fit them onto. Right. Cup of tea. I'll be right back. and back again. Yep.
Shields offline. Silent running. Thermal signature restored. Shields online.
Yammering has broken my track IR. Yeah, it's all working now. Bollocks.
Foxtrot Alpha Lima. It's good to see you, Commander. Please enjoy your stay at this facility. Access granted. Clear to land at Docking Bay 3-1.
Scan detected. Landing gear deployed.
Ship is on the ground. Ground crew dispatched. It's good to have you with us, Commander.
So what are you after today? None of these guns will let you down. You know where to find me.
Ship uncoupled. Exit the station quickly and safely. Clear of the station. We hope to see you again, Commander.
Oh. Fucking hell. I'll do. Right, I've been to the system once, pick up obviously these weapons, to realise that I needed thermal cooling units, which you buy from another station. I've gone and picked up thermal cooling units to only realise that I was looking at the wrong bloody weapon that I wanted to buy, and I actually need power transfer buses. I don't think so. Beat carriers. No, I've got to get. No, it's even worse than that. I've got to travel 123 light year, 2 jumps. Have a bitch. Yeah, I know, but your carrier's like about that range anyway, so.
Recon Foxtrot Alpha Lima. Landing permission will be granted upon request. Welcome to this Federal Starport, Commander. Request approved. Vector for approach to landing pad 27. Contact. Deploying ground services.
Hey, any good again?
If I don't have it, it's not worth having. Sure, take a look around. Sure you've got everything? I'll be here if you change your mind.
The Cobra Mark III. Ship restraints retracted. Access corridor is clear.
Scan detected. Orbital flight engaged. Mission failed.
Lincoln Foxtrot Alpha Lima. Welcome to our starport, Commander. Please fly safely within the port perimeter. Permission authorized. Set down on landing pad 04.
Landing gear deployed.
Touchdown confirmed. Clear to disembark. Welcome to the port, Commander.
System scan complete. Fuel scoping. Fuel scope disengaged. System scan complete.
Welcome at this carrier, Commander. Let us know if you're looking to dock. Docking request approved. Head to your allocated pad.
Landing
Take care out there, Commander.
Orbital flight engaged.
Copy. Deploying the fighter.
Good to have you on the team. Let's kill some Fargoids.
All systems are go. Awaiting orders. Roger, Commander. Focusing my attack on your target. Okay, Commander. Concentrating fire on primary target.
Target destroyed.
Hull at 50%. Hull is critical. I can't
Concentrating fire on primary target. Roger, Commander. Focusing my attack.
Fargoid interceptors coming in hot. Watch yourself, Commander.
Paint the target, Commander. I'm moving in for attack. Roger that. Moving into attack. First enemy HQ's marked, Commander. Let's make our shots count. Paint the target, Commander. I'm moving in for attack. I need support. Taking damage. Okay, Commander. Concentrating fire on primary target.
Today.
I can't take any more hits, Commander. Fighter is gone, Commander. Commencing fighter deployment. All systems are go, awaiting orders. Paint the target, Commander. I'm moving in for attack.
Hey, yeah, sorry. I didn't reply soon. I'm just trying out different fits. For the Corvette.
Roger that. Moving into attack. Roger, Commander. Focusing my attack on your target. Hull at 50%. Taking critical damage. Fighter link is down, Commander. Looks like we lost it. Prepping fighter bay. Stand by. Fighter is ready. Give the order, Commander.
Yeah, I know it's not quite got the speed for it, but it's not bad. It hasn't really got the fit for it, to be honest, as well. It could use like slightly better class of weapons. I mean, I've managed to do pretty much every interceptor variant apart from Medusa, using standard stuff, really. Yeah, I lost 2%. There we go. Oh, I missed. I mean, it's fast enough to outrun the missiles. Where are you going?
I hear you, Commander. Retracting weapons.
Oh, I don't even miss. Oh, it's yes. Yeah, I've got to fit out a Type 10 yet. I mean, apparently, according to the AX initiative, they're a bit of a joke in the community, but I don't know, they just seem like they'll whoop ass. Basilisk anyway. That. I mean, to be fair, this is a bit easier considering I don't have to deal with a swarm. If I was dealing with a swarm, yeah, I think things would be a bit different. mean, the main trick is that I want to try and be able to at least, from all the fits that I've tried so far with AX, DACA, or kind of variation, I've managed to get the Hydra down to 82%, and I think you need 80% before it exposes at heart. And that was with 2 small plasma chargers and 4 medium enhanced AX guns and the fighter and a large thermal vent beam laser. And yeah, I managed to get it down to 82% before I kind of had to run away and land. And I'm just trying not to go so much for the meta that everyone's kind of going for. Well, how is it against the Interceptors? Because I'd imagine it would tear the Interceptors. I mean, I managed to do quite well in a Python with, you know, 3 AX multi-cannons and 2 medium AX multi. I did quite well in that. In fact, I almost did as good at that as I did in this thing. I mean, I'd imagine an AX T10 should rip and tear. Oh, I need to get a fighter back. I actually need to go for I've been needing to go for a P since I joined this area, so I'd bring the fighter back in. I mean, I want to try an Anaconda, and I want to try a T10. Other ships I'll try a bit later.
Automated retrieval complete, Commander.
Right, I will be right back. Just to pre-warn you, I am going to throw up an ad. Just, you know, revenue-wise. Let's just read that. 4 large AX, yeah, and 2 large medium. Yeah, that's pretty much what I might go for. Yeah, I might do that tomorrow, actually. I might fit out a Type 10. Because I have many of them, I keep using them for storage. Yeah, be right back. Alright, I'm back again. Not too bad. Oh yeah, the enhanced ones you're talking about, that's what I've got on here.
Prepping fighter bay. Stand by. Fighter is ready. Give the order, Commander. Roger, Commander. Focusing my attack on your target. Paint the target, Commander. I'm moving in for attack. Multiple hostile ships in this sector, Commander. Let's not throw them all on us at once.
Yep. You little bastard. Alright, we're gonna play that game, are we?
I hear you, Commander. Retracting weapons. Multiple hostile ships in this sector, Commander. Let's not throw them all on us at once. Roger that. Moving into attack. Okay, standing down. Paint the target, Commander. I'm moving in for attack.
Bye. Next month. Yeah, apart from these weapons being highly irritating charging them up, not too bad.
Numerous enemies to choose from, Commander. Let's make our shots count. Roger that. Moving into attack.
fuck's sake. You don't. If I was a little bit of flight assist stuff, I'll be fucking amazing.
Taking critical damage. Fighter link is down, Commander. Looks like we lost it. Prepping fighter base. Stand by. Fighter is ready. Give the order, Commander. Roger that. Moving into attack.
Speed. Where are you going? A yummy heart.
Welcome. Holding fire. Home is critical. I can't take any more hits, Commander. Fighter is down, Commander. Understood. Booting up telepresence for fighter control. SOS is online. Standing by. Report to system. I'm gonna lose the ship if I sustain any more damage, Commander. Fighter link is down, Commander. Looks like we lost it. Commencing fighter deployment. Fighter deployed. I'm here if you need me. Roger that. Moving into attack. Holding fire. I'm taking hull damage, Commander. Okay, Commander. Concentrating fire on primary target. Serious hull damage here, Commander. Need to evade fire. Fighter is gone, Commander.
Hear you.
Copy. Deploying the fighter.
Scouts.
All systems are go. Awaiting orders. Hull is critical.
Honestly.
Can't take any more hits, Commander. Fighter is gone, Commander. Understood. Booting up telepresence for fighter control. Fighter is ready. Give the order, Commander.
Bollocks. Go through a cloud of shit.
Roger, Commander. Focusing my attack on your target. Roger that. Moving into attack. Hang the target, Commander. I'm moving in for attack.
You. Sister.
I can't take any more hits, Commander. Fighter is down, Commander. Understood. Booting up telepresence for fighter control. SOS is online. Standing by. Okay, Commander. Concentrating fire on primary target.
not terrible fit, this. Apart from the screaming weapons. I guess the big test would be a Hydra. Whether or not I'll get time, because it's quite late for me and close to my bedtime.
Multiple hostile ships in this sector, Commander. Let's not throw them all on us at once. Paint the target, Commander. I'm moving in for attack. I'm taking hull damage, Commander. Okay, Commander. Concentrating fire on primary target. Paint the target, Commander. I'm moving in for attack.
And I'll let my fighter get destroyed and then I'll dock and get some sleep and I'll pick this up tomorrow.
Roger, Commander. Focusing my attack on your target.
What the bloody hell's happened to my fighter?
Regulate speed for automated retrieval, Commander. Commander.
Alright. And I'll take... Right. I've parked here for the night. So, yes, I'll hopefully be back on tomorrow to resume testing this out. I'll see if I can actually break a Hydra. But thank you for watching. I will be throwing a 3-minute ad up before I go, just, you know, fetching that bit of extra revenue. Yeah, I will catch you soon. Have a good night, evening or morning, wherever you're located.